Hello, hello. Hey, Ocean. Ocean with the first. And Ocean, thank you for checking the YouTube. Appreciate it. Hopefully my OBS doesn't freak out this time. I noticed when I ended the stream yesterday, my OBS actually froze altogether, which I was surprised it was still working. Because when I went to the OBS, it was still on a screen that was like a couple hours back. I was like, huh? It was like showing a screen that was a couple hours back, but I saw on the live stream that it was still casting. Also, I didn't notice this until we ended the game the last time we played this, but look at the title screen. It changed it for episode 2. Yeah, we're back with Of the Devil episode 2. I don't know how far we'll get today. I know it's not super early, but I don't know. We'll try to get to this as far as we can. I'm not sure if we're gonna complete it today, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how far we get today. Where's the game? How are we left off? Let's see. Continue. We have high roller mode. Right, so we're investigating, I forgot what the guy who we're defending his name is. Let's see, Detective London. Okay, so I think where are we? Oh right, we're back at the scene of the crime, where Morgan was the one that killed them, but there was an extra body apparently, which was a cop's body. We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including Blue Bloods. Ah, you know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. What? Well then, she's a liar, babe. 'Cause I never said that. No, I never said that. Come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. 'Cause that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it? Now don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. You gotta get to work, hon. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? London. Who is this? Counselor Morgan, this is Adelaide Hahn. Adelaide Hahn. She's a blue blood. Hey, I'm perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a Sinus Security Site Manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. A real business card. It even has a watermark. I'm not familiar with Sinus. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts, we catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? Huh? No, it can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. She's the Hound's lawyer, hon. Seriously? She works with those copper-headed scumbags? So are mortal enemies. That sucks. Another life then, eh? But I'll still play nice if you will. Right. So, you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene. Yeah? What's with that? What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to be Zionists. Huh. Letting them conduct their own side investigations, a small concession to keep the peace. Huh. Well, that's not good for our side. Well, I say our side, but the person that Morgan is defending. A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we still have a pristine copy. Alright, we gotta look at the arcs. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep the crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires round the clock if he weren't here. Lower ward kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off the wires? No, I don't know why that happens. Wow, that's still a thing here? It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Icaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from these with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that let you warm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the streets so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt. What does that mean? You think we'd ever manage to gun down the hound of Icaria in the streets? Shank him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards. So, you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sasuke for pentuple homicide? Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? How was this door found? Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene, responding to gunfire. Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast. Huh. Checked the area, then entered through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived, but I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork? This is a Zionist installation. Who else would blue bloods trust to secure blue blood buildings? How does it look? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah. This model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside. A physical key. Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar and looks like the lock's been destroyed? I don't think Morgan would do that. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the ark's has been up. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reyes... What? Were you the second officers on scene? That's right. We weren't far when the 10999 went out at 10:15. Long way from precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want the tour then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know, the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful when you step, if you like these boots at all. Okay. What are we looking at here? Technically, Morgan has seen the crime scene, but not where the cop died. So it should be interesting to see where the cop died. Also, Morgan knows where the bodies were originally, so if the bodies were moved as well, we'd know. Anyway, let's check this. One problem with blue bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. As this bombing rolled out and University of Fire, panic around last week on the campus when the computer labs at Nortechnica University were set ablaze. Fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure. Fires and bombings recently reporting as sweeping eastward across the nation, dubbed by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West. Each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable. Federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch, formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for this serial arsonist. Okay. I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west the last few months, but I didn't know they'd all be attributed to one person, or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts if they've now got feds involved, schools involved. Isn't it just feds involved? Yeah, federal agent. Yeah. It makes sense with heads, right? What really stands out here is that the federal investigations are getting involved. Investigators, excuse me. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. The Bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. Can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. I got that. Let's take a look at this. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this looks like it's been moved, huh? Yes. Was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in decades. Oh, that's suspicious. I didn't realize there was a DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste. How it ended up here in a residential district isn't that hard to puzzle out, isn't it? Is it? Oh, excuse me. It was cheaper for the Megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground there from leaks? Ah, you're really hard, tourists, aren't you? I've been in the lower wards before. But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here, stains the ground whenever it falls. Acid rain? Like from the history books? Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation, combined with the charms of the city to make. Dirty rain, like I said. Lower ward's spring water. There's a shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh. Tequila and pickle juice. So, is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty. Except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Sounds gross. Yeah, it does sound kind of gross. Separately, I do like tequila. And pickle juice I'm able to use in different things. But together, that doesn't sound too appetizing. Careful, you can get your toe trapped under there. Don't look at me to help you just because I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. Okay. London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now just watch it so you don't... The fuck? Just happened. Let the lid slam. Sorry. This fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene. Assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it. It's missing the ladder that would connect it to the street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap, Han. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters. You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward property from burning down. An ad could probably make the jump up there. Ads are heavy. If an android leaped onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. Yeah? Modders are heavy too. Hey. Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door then. Alright, I'm done back here. So, I think I've seen everything So, okay, the most suspicious thing back there was a trash can, right? I guess it was what? For the most part empty, there's like metal scraps on the bottom. But it was moved, apparently, too, right? And it's not a dumpster that's normally there. Because they said that the dumpster was what? They don't pick up the dumpster. They haven't picked up the dumpster in years or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if there's a connection here. That's right. I was standing here last night when... Oh. Right. The eye thingy. The weird eye thingy. It was dark and foggy. Kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. Thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah? Around here? Maybe it was unlisted. What do you... Those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform, sometimes on what they've seen. Never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out, dressing like that, but... If their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry. Have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you've got better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right. Forgot I asked. You ready to go inside? Oh, forget I asked. I think so. So long as... No, not with anyone else. It's just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. So, you were saying this used to be an apartment building? Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah? Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor, when there's too much heat. You've gone through all these vaults, I take it? Scientists helped us with that. Last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, no. So, is this the Blue Bloods' forte, then? Securing people, places, and things? You can think of it that way. Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. You have the funds to ride the Greg wave the way House Icaria does, you can make a killing. They've got the market cornered from black to gray, to white, to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps the Megs and the house don't bother producing en masse. Professional jealousy? How ugly. Why can't those underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together, and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting, an olive branch from the gods to the blues. Apparently the Blue Bloods had a product that the Icaria wanted to distribute. The Icaria sell legal drugs now, though? And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Icaria couldn't manufacture? Not sure, excuse me. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Icaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower ward's niche. They might not like having to take that low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist's calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down here. Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection, but all that stuff is legal so long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal, yes. Respectable? Most would still say no. So, household name security megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you? Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And the Icaria, they don't, compete in that market? No. People at the Icaria Heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the Cloud Districts, but they'd never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here? That's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs? Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense. I've got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. Alright, let's take a look at these arcs and see if there's like any difference. I think I kind of remember where the bodies... excuse me. I think I remember where the bodies are. Let's see. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about with tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here? That's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sasuke out? Correct. So why is this artistic rendition of Sasuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam? Well, seems like at the time, their body cam was off. Seriously? Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It was department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requested replacement body cams nearly every week. What? That's suspicious itself. Okay. If he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him at parade. I'll, put in a request. Right then, who's next? Okay. I think all these bodies are in the right spot. Who the hell? Yeah, this is the thing that... the difference. But I think all the bodies are the same. Was there blood here? I don't remember blood being here. Windows open to the fire escape and the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Not a good guess as to who it belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk. Was the blood there before? I don't remember. Near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst to the chest. Blew blood back onto the window behind him. The open windows. Hell of a spread. Yeah, it is. Did someone open these or... No, they were open when we secured the scene. Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handle there from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are? Something wrong? Definitely, but how the hell could I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck in the arcs. Oh, well, one was a master key, could unlock any other door in the building. The other key, we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty though. Right, because that's our fault. Suppose that's all irrelevant since he apparently died with the key on his persons. Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out. So, who was this guy? Curious. Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. Criminal record dating as far back as it goes. Sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he was a juvenile record then? The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern on him seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, Han. Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to, say a few words. The detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person. Or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending? It's a fair question, Han. Give it a fair consideration. Besides the Icaria, the Rust, or our city's finest? No. Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Icaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as his next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you, like you're picking at zits. Well, seems he's out of town anyway. Taking summer lessons at Mariner U. That's a good student. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also no priors and no juvenile record. What TAD? TAD? Excuse me. TAD. At his age, poor kid. Pills for the cost of an arm and a leg. HEARTBREAK must have been sending him. Detective, did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? I mean, that is a HIPAA violation, but he is a cop, so I don't know if he knows about HIPAA. Yeah. You don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery too? You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? What? The screen. I turned it on to distract Tanks long enough to grab his gun. And I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. It was blaring when we arrived. Okay, so it was still on. Sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs is a real audiophile. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she said. I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Okay. Blood loss from the neck. Even I can tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not that kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. Ha. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now. I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana? The Hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter. Thank you very much. Wow, Han is praising like the kill on the guy, and like it's actually Morgan that did it. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck, in not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much more better fit for my knife? Where is it? Where? I gave Sasuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested, right? So was there a knife at the scene? Should be somewhere in the arcs. Right. So she knows that there's a piece of evidence that's missing, but unfortunately she can't say anything about it because that would put her here. You looking for something, Tiger? We haven't found the knife, and I ask about it anyway. That mean admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sasuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be running my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No. Not even any lint in his pockets. Okay, so that's suspicious. The knife is missing. Why do you ask? No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh. You're blindly guessing? I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared. Not from a crime scene lockdown like this. I'll need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Okay. And this is Tank. I'd advise you to brace yourself before opening autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. Skull was crushed. Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. Oh no, this wasn't Tank. Oh, this is the kid, wasn't it? Not the kid. The guy that we met at the door. Hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing, there's a post-mortem. Overkill. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. The victim had modded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. How's she gonna explain she knows that? Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. Ha, interesting. You gonna claim the Hound of Icaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashes brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve... I'm pretty scummy myself then, Han. Defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed? Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about Sasuke's fingerprints. You think we could get anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense? I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush a skull, to break the bat itself? I can't imagine. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to the victim? And Sasuke. I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' bloods when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. So there's this body. The big one. Okay, this is Tank. Shot. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one, real long rap sheet. The short ending, buckshot to the torso, died instantly. Flux wear on his mods, put his time of death at 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. But how'd someone manage to get it off his hands? Well, we know how that happened. Wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Techs identify it as a double-barrel mag, US, and... Hey, how'd you know the gun was his? Right, you fucking slipped, Morgan. Oh my god. He's still wearing the holster in the arcs. Was I mistaken? No. About a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. And they found this here gun on him. They found this gun on him. and they just handed it back to him? He bought and paid for it above board. Damn. Morgan kind of slipped, but I guess that was a decent save. So this gun isn't jailbroken? You have tag data from the murderers? No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night that he'd get the tag stripped off? Something that made him think this piece would see action soon. Huh. Okay. Through this door is where they were keeping Sasuke and where I let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish here. Okay, so we're gonna investigate that soon. Right, Creek is like right here. Paper scattered all across his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? What'd you find there? A note? M. Icaria. Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. M. Icaria. Looks like M. Icaria, actually. Right, it's spelled differently. Icaria. He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but M? It's gotta be Makoto, right? What if it was intentionally misspelled? You know Makoto? I know he's the Ikaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. Why would his name be on Creek's desk? I don't know why it's hot in my room. Hold on a second. Let me turn my fan real quick. My ceiling fan, at least. I don't know why it's hot in here. Hopefully the ceiling fan's not too loud. At least there'll be air blowing on me. He was Creek's real target the other day. Sasuke was some kind of consolation prize. Bagging the Hound was a consolation prize? These punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Okay, I think that's everything before the... What? Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in no small part because it had priceless snow masks hidden inside it, but... I assume you've been through the datapad here? Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. How'd he manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand. PPP is what they call it over organized crime. Paper and Pencil Protocol. Helps the Orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least in the format that's easier to destroy. Should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this? Credit card that's jammed in here? Right, that's what she left. Not surprised you don't recognize it. That there's a dark card. Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. but you really can't find the owner, can't trace any of its transactions. Most we can tell is the datapad registered calls to dark card networks at around 9:40 p.m., but it's timed out. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. By the way, why is this cloth been flagged? Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Ooh. Rockford is the rival attorney, the prosecuting attorney that's a rival to Morgan, right? I think so, right? It's been a while since we played. Emma Rockford, I think is her name. Could be that she's fat-thumbed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. I forgot what the cloth was. Was it something Morgan used? I think it was something Morgan used. I don't think there's anything else except the body in the middle. I think we got everything. Wasn't there like a button where we could see like, hold on. Fonts. Low vision. Is that low vision? Or... time-sensitive choices, default, double duration, no time limits. Phone opacity... I don't have any keybinds here, huh? That's fine. I guess we're gonna see what the text looks like now. Okay, I guess let's look at the new body. The only piece of evidence we don't actually know about. Who the hell? Who the hell are you, really? Oh, wow. Why are you lying there dead, right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tariq Chopin. Hold on a second here. I want to see if this is better or not. It says low vision. As you might guess, a patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers, who've strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. Run through from behind with a sword. So, he would have been standing in front of the desk. Then he was impaled. Oh yeah, he's face down, stabbed in the back. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword got stuck in the ground. Got stuck in the ground? What? Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Yeah. Dr. Satos noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled. Pardon? Like the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around. Yeah, it's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your client's distance and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sasuke, the one thing he does recall after I passed the baton to him is gripping his sword. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide, cause no one else prints are on the damn thing. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back. Thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? No, you did not. They were still on the desk, I believe. Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat on. Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My vision's 20/20. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them? You've really never seen red ink before? Never heard of it. It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it and it comes out a bright blur. Paper special too. Too much heat, humidity, it becomes illegible. Corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. What do they say in the movies? I can't confirm nor deny it. And if I subpoena that data? Do your worst. We got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And it isn't written in those pages. It's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you, if that's what you're getting at. Okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home here if you all weren't poking your noses around. Shoot. I just remembered. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You too good to keep going if I step out to make a call? A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to the arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this. Different kind of ugly then. Right, because that's where Sasuke was tortured. But we've already seen it. It's all in the eye of the beholder. I warned you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's pod torture my client? I don't know that they did. I don't know that they did. Sasuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. They probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every minutes stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline burst pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes, what purposes did they serve? They could have just killed Sasuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try and get some info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need to grout scraper to find them. I'll need a grout scraper, excuse me. Wow. Who would have known that we would be investigating this? What's this? It's water. Cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Oh wow, that cold? Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way to keep a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This is coming after you claim you don't know if Sasuke was tortured. You know what the other bucket's for then? I know you said you've got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here? Ah. And then this last bucket here is... What is that? Trash? Cloth and rope bindings. Or bandages. See, they were nursing him back to health. I'll run your theory past Sasuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sasuke tied up with. They would have had to use something, yeah. This door doesn't even lock. Not after I removed the bat barring it from the other outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors, and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in, turns his back on a violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crouched in a corner and he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he probably just played dead. Walking into that scene out there, you think some patrol officers would go around checking pulses? Why would my client go to all the trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed? Ugh. I know that Sasuke has no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sasuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Okay. Honestly, the most suspicious person so far is Rogers? Chopin's, partner. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han? Enough of it has. Besides Sasuke, who else would it belong to? That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sasuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he even noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence, but it's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for the first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories, I'll just be hungrier again later. Faster. Best to stay disciplined. Alright, there's more in here? What am I missing? Wait, I'm missing something here. Oh. Hypodermic needles, probably not packing anything healthy. Sasuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. Those needles there. The design of those needles seem a little odd. Well, someone tell you sooner or later so. Though they're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away. Sasuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Does Scientist Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cruising up the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools all on his own, and we're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. More like the right hand's just been washed, so you have to handle some garbage. Scientist is that legitimate? Why aren't all the blue bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money. They liked Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. That mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging onto it until... And did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So, do all these needles contain anesthetics? No. They're also stimulants and barbitacines. Like the truth serum. You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk, doesn't make you say the truth. So they wanted Sasuke talking, but what did they ask him? If your client can't remember or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? I'm going to head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself then? Are you sure? I'd get you a ride out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure, why not? Safe travels. So, detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Scientist Security. Thanks for picking up on that. Riz will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this I will. This room, are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep. Same fire escape right there. Same type of window too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, no one found anything noteworthy, except Scientist being sloppy. So, what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier, about how no true blue would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me, because it implies the existence of false blue bloods. Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. What does that mean? Megs, Orcas, City Hall, they're always factions. And among the Blue Bloods, the party lines are especially visible. I mean, that's obvious. They mention the left hand and the right hand, whereas the right hand does the legitimate stuff and the left hand doesn't. So, I made a call, not to Reyes, and confirmed some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering this tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints, trust me. So, what faction did our pal Creek belong to? The Youngbloods. Opposite end of the compass from the Old Guard. The conservative Blue Blood leadership. All of them older than 70. Some of them pushing higher than 90. Right. Morgan did mention that Creek seemed to be he was on the lower end of the totem pole. Han said Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead. My sources don't agree. Creek talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming, and young. Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the Old Guard. That's interesting info, detective, but it doesn't exactly flip the case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided it's Sasuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Icarias would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other. Do you know why? It's the same reason all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient, while all the muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Icaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them, and they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead. Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Icaria then, yeah? You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around? For one thing, the Icaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out the other end as a neo-ability. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Talking to delinquents, furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. You serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. Hope for what? Hope that the Icaria had missed one, that they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power. Sounds like a fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. Warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Huntsman? Red Hood. Well, I think we already know who Red Hood is. It's Morgan. Huntsman? Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever heard about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter? Or huntsman, maybe. Where'd you hear that? Sasuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. Don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. What about Red Hood? Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and the Cyberpunk and HBK increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. Was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Except for HBK. That's all old news, ghost stories and campfire tales. There's a lot of campfires around here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event. Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. What's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Wait, so is Red Hood somebody else? Or is it like one of Morgan's old killings? Curious. Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? Nah, didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've just had an odd feeling all day. Like deja vu. You been here before? No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. I wonder if London is suspicious of Morgan. M is like a hard read. Morgan's apartment. Icaria Blue Blood, Meg's Orcas. Dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. But one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Icaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang. But they would prefer Sasuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. Blue Bloods want to tear Sasuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. I mean, they did kidnap him. Honestly, they did kidnap Sasuke, so killing the Blue Bloods, I mean, I guess it still counts as murder, but you could frame that as self-defense. The cop, on the other hand, is what I think is the main charge that we're trying to avoid. Because if we prove Sasuke's innocence, right, wouldn't that put the blame on someone else and they would investigate probably further or something like that, which would put Morgan in danger? Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Kasim London is much harder to read than I anticipated. I can't even trust my client to act on his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. Right. London is a harder to read. Reyes at least like Reyes can be a bitch, but what she feels like she says. London, on the other hand, doesn't like tell us how he actually feels. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Till then, guess sleep will have to wait. Who's this? It's unlocked. Okay. Pardon me for dropping by at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of split ink. Why is this like this? But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She presses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please call me Mide. Any last name, Mide? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell, excuse me. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Icaria. Might I step inside? She blinks, her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue tested the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. So who's this? Okay. How can I be of service, Mide? You've already been quite accommodating both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. How's she related to the Icaria? I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mire. But inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Icaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Icaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diverse portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Icaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that? I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to reprivatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that, I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Icaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. Can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir. That's the only guess I can make. Strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Icaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today. massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that. We went after their heirs and their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password? Blood specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, properties, deeds. The Blue Bloods thought that they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So the GFA registry became the Ikaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now, all of it sits untouched overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, that they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikaria, to the Ikaria financial group. You never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle. Pardon the expression, but how can you stand atop the backs of many? And you all take this division that seriously? Deadly seriously. That is our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interests, never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organizations, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renegade. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria financial group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. So what I'm understanding is both the Blue Bloods and the Ikarias have like a divide somewhere for like legitimate and non-legitimate stuff on both their thingies, which is kind of suspicious. Because it's like, what if one of the halves is like working with the other half of the other organization, you know? Who do you answer to then? Who controls the Ikaria legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father, Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch, Daisuke Ikaria. I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Ikaria. But Makoto's and all the real blue bloods are older than... They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every blue blood I met today seems to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sasuke cut down in the last years he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into the Ikaria shredder en masse trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that all might total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sasuke, yeah. I had heard Sasuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know him, I take it. As you've gathered, Sasuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sasuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks... Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited, more limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria usual connections would, like me, do whatever best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sasuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sasuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sasuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and timetables, as I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now, I might ask you a small favor in return. Passing the message to Sasuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sasuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sasuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me. Lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't showed up last night... Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin? Sitting in mourning after death of city councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, counselor. Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train, hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the train route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being threatened to the sounds of the city then. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single held breath of stillness. God, people yelling outside my door too much. Listening as the deafened thud of Her Honor's guards implied violence stomped down the hallway behind her. We still haven't figured out who she was. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attention was elsewhere. His case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow, in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And well, if it doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Okay, so... Hey, cool kid. Yes, you. Trying to look all stoic staring out the window? Who's this? A little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So that wasn't a joke? Making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. And tomorrow, and next year, they're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services, or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but for sure. I'm assuming the red is Morgan, and this is her like in high school or some shit. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Yay, chainsaw. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. Yeah, I'm assuming that's a flashback for Morgan. This like menu stuff that I'm hearing. State building. Floor 48. Morgan, please, this is... Hold still and relax. This'll be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff. I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes. It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? Do you think, oh, excuse me. I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me. You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sasuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. Excuse me, one second. I choked on my saliva. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? Yeah, I'll just you. I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sasuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy land-owning noble. I'm confused, Sasuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? Good point. I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming? See, that's the ironic thing. She doesn't have all of her tenets. I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean. You're free to go in whatever direction you want, but without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. It was a nice try, Sarah. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you? Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Mob history, tattoos. Sasuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury going to ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A komainu on my back. Komainu, a guardian dog. You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador or like a great fierce... a big dog. Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design, like say... like a dragon. Ooh, that's a Yakuza reference. Yakuza the game, I mean. There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse. Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sasuke? Look, it may not be true that at times some women have expressed, maybe true, excuse me, and men no doubt. All I'm saying is that there is a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Mob history. Thank you for entertaining my question last night, Sasuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. Nah, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... we discussed history. Oh, well, then she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sasuke. Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. And criminal empires. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But Sasuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only that the old ways didn't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, he's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhei, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Oh my god, they need to stop fucking yelling. Christ, it's so bad today. They're fucking yelling too much today. lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh sure, they were basically just big friendly charities. Then the world got smaller and people started moving around and the mafia changed. My brother-in-law. They're probably, I don't know. I think the dog's like biting all over the place. Honestly, it's kind of pissing me off because they weren't too bad yesterday. And the day before wasn't too bad, but today, it's all I'm hearing, like right outside my fucking door. Alright, let's continue. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences. I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes, technology negates the physical distances between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been, in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs. As it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socio-economical status. House Sicaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then? The Rust. I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hairs, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work. But I can't see the Rust experience any kind of social mobility. The Cyberpunks, it sounds like. Careful, Sasuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist, the Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in the city. Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself. Finally run out of steam? On to the grim business then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence from the pod's deaths. I've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sasuke standing over his partner's dead body. What's it going to look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery? A sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We line up much the same for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Icaria around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adonai, I think Sasuke is sad that his friends haven't showed up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Icaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? Well, the elevator incident. No, that is yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Icaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adonai, I think Sasuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? Ooh, that's bright. Oh, there she is. What if it's a twist that she's also a killer? He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter as if... Good. Now try to and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Sasuke, shall we arm wrestle? Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really. No. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like going out? No. Ah. Just late night chats. Chatting about what? God. Look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. She just avoided the question. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. She avoided the question. I wonder why she avoided the question. Would hope we'd progressed since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is. But we both know that's not what this is really about. A cop is dead, and state wants to make it clear that this isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the states, all they can do is enforce the law, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from deep. So you'd rather the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that? Of course. Shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing person cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they had been last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills were unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... what happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. Wait. No, never mind. It was a roughly cube machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. Oh, so it was Morgan that killed this person. It fits snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. Wait, did Morgan mention this kill before? Was it the guy with the card? Huh. Kicked into the bay, might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap... That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So probably a mugging then, right? No. There would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... One second, let me just wipe my glasses down. There we go. You know how muggers think now? I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Ah, sorry, right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? Now, where would be the fun in that? Alright. So that means Emma's working with other people. At least that's what she's saying suggests. To find HBK. Courtroom 48D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of pissed off cops. Doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before the start of the start casting their stones. Ah, my eye. Ah, my eye. 1 second. Okay. Don't let it get to you, Sasuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. The bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though, even though that has become rare, the house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Rust and all the rest of the rabble are beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sasuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once. What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to the lunch, so... Sasuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye. To help them evaluate their character? Why bother? Most people suck at that, always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then, to have to look them in their eye. A punishment for the jury or the defendant. Alright kiddos, chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start. Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case? Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How? It's 80. What are the chances? There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network, at least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Try. 'Cause it's a try-all. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes. What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, You trying to set a gold split with all this? With all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So, shall we begin? Okay, here we go. Your credit's always good here. Court is now in session. Now let's crack open the opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court, the defendant in this case is a man named Sasuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where two men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. What the? Cop killing piece of shit. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony. You will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need concern yourself with. Ooh, she's as cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call to cinders and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us, but that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Choose the most outlandish words you can. Go for broke, alright? It's not like masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as wild, bloody, unspeakable. Said outlandishly, right? Wild, bloody, unspeakable. Wild. I should know, I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the malevolence, the unease, the horror. Felt the horror that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his torture. Was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. Gonna let her say that? You want me to object during an opening statement? much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue, one of them a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch. Yeah, the crowd needs to shut the fuck up. Hang him. Hang her too. Wow. This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom. Put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest of on your phones, or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So, as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran. You telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it ukemi, or a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sasuke. What do you mean by that? Oh, is it Makoto? It might be Makoto. Your name and occupation for the record. One second, let me turn up my fan real quick. It's getting cold now. Ow. Yep. I figured it was Makoto, but I think it's a projected Makoto? That's what it looks like. How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in the courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... I know, but would you consider it? If only for the sake of ceremony. Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria, of House Hikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group? Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble House of Ikaria is getting audited. Sasuke, are you alright? He can see us? He can see me. Rockford and the adjutant, witness Telly testifying, don't really need much else. So he's safe. Yes, Sasuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him or standing on a box. I think the hologram's given him a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sasuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th, about the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This'll almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Ah, she's baiting him. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common wife? Wife? That's quite the vocab pool. I didn't know they taught that in state basic. Basic? Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? Oh, oops. As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria financial group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance by my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sasuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floor. Pried open with a tool. Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sasuke out here, kid. We submitted into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod. Designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Damn, Jesus Christ. Yes, sir. It is so admitted. What happened next? A decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sasuke and I exited, the elevator started. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Don't tell me. Oh, it's the sword. You named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Let the record show that the witness had identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards, found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics have shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sasuke. You understand nothing about swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So, you, Sasuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevator, Sasuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corner. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest, and then Sasuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sasuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. Is that a reference to like freaking Phoenix Wright, where they do the testimony and then you play it back like multiple times, trying to find fault in it? What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sasuke's back. He slammed his hands against the elevator control panel, and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. That decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained? Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ha! All too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their rough-shod countenances. Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it. Okay. Needles. Yoru. Okay. Here we go. They aimed at me, but Sasuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have... The man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. That's true. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Kodo's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Pineapple-headed like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sasuke got between us, blocked every shot. Yoru with Yoru. A dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right, and a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of the distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. Wait, tried to kill you. They weren't trying to kill him. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness, not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists. I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness had identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? They were attacked by Creek's pod. They were attacked by some other party. No, Creek's pod. I think that much is obvious, right? I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sasuke captive are the same one who ended up dead that night. 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sasuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is, I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling the elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sasuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. Wait. Weren't the other guys modded too, though? Hit the controls hard enough to break them. So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sasuke captive. A Sasuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto's security would surely have made an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mics might not have been, might not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So, was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such as the decision is, ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sasuke's part, per se. Just an error of judgment. Counselor Morgan, what's up? You can disconnect the call if... Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sasuke defended me. Huh? So that's your angle? We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example, insult their pride, and these Ikaria snap back. As reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. It's not very realistic. We asked that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sasuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. Excuse me. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former. Okay, so what do we got? Needle guns. We got Sasuke's med records. Needles. Okay. Sasuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me. It didn't matter that we were, the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sasuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. Mock him if you dare for being captured. But that's not a failure, not by any general definition of the word. Hearing Makoto's describe Sasuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. Yeah. Protecting me the whole time. It didn't matter, we were ambushed, the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sasuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air in graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers without sustaining a single injury. Isn't it this one? Oops. Brain fart? We get no sympathy from me. God damn it. Come back in 10 years, you big goof. God damn it. It didn't matter. Come on. Next. Alright, let's not hesitate this time. Unscathed is the last thing anyone called my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the time at the Blue Bloods' den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't find even 1 drop of blood anywhere near the service elevator. Well, that is a miracle, a bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what exactly happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel? My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical records clearly show his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. Huh. I feel like now's the time to do it, right? His testimony has been contradicted. His testimony stands. Of course it does. How so? Ah, crap. Well, it may be true that this wrinkle doesn't change the witness testimony. What's my 53? Okay. But it does change the nature of the evidence you had him identified for the court. Excuse me. The katana? Yoru. Its name is Yoru. We get it. Did you have a point to make, counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely the swords... Wait, the swords what? We're not timed here, right? Namely the swords what? Sound system, Sasuke's sword. The bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime. The steel, it's chipped at several points, specifically the tip. Oh, it is chipped. Identifying Makoto Sasuke's personal sword, you are taken along with Sasuke down to the lower. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sasuke Ikaria, no other prints. Oh, wait. He said he held it with two hands. That's another thing. He held the blade with two hands, according to Makoto. But fingerprints handle match the right hand of Sasuke Ikaria. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victim Chopin Miller Trey. Another murder weapon. I had to wipe prints off before my leave. It was indulgent, trying to take Trey's head off. Oh. Basically, we tampered with that. So either the chip part, bladed weapon found at the scene, crime. Impaled in the torso, the steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Identified by Makoto. Is it the fingerprints? I wonder. I wonder if it's the fingerprints. What is it? Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Sasuke was out nowhere in the beginning, protecting me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed in blue blood. Sasuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers without sustaining a single injury. Unscathed is the last thing anyone would call my client. Okay. The prince. Yeah, it has to be the prince. Chipping might be it too. Although I don't know what the relevance of the chipping would be. Mainly the fingerprints that were found on the sword handle. Fingerprints belong to Sasuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sasuke had two hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sasuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh yeah, he did say that. So, did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. This court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such consequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know, I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sasuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it? That's right, because they would have to carry the sword themselves as well. But let's be honest here. We already know why the client's fingerprints are the only ones on it. It's because Morgan was the one that wiped down the fingerprints. Right? Wasn't she the one that wiped down the fingerprints? Makoto testifies that Sasuke wielded this katana in his defense, an act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... Right. No, not Chopin, not Makoto. Creek. Oh, could I... Has to be Creek. Our poor victim Creek, of course. Is her jacket kind of hanging off her shoulders a bit? Kind of like my jacket on my model. What do you mean? Sasuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought the sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims. Withdrawn. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Oh, worm? In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have held the sword by its scabbard. Wait. He couldn't have held it by the scabbard, right? Hold on. The warrants following Makoto. Blood residue at various points of the DNA. Another murder. Must have gotten Miller's blood dragged across the floor. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches DNA victim. So maybe he couldn't have done it through the scabbard. Hold on. Red ink, needle gun, Makoto's testimony. Makoto about Sasuke ambush. He identified Creek's pod. Sasuke defended him by wielding the katana Yoru with both hands. Makoto claims that Sasuke pushed him into the elevator with Yoru's sheath before violently mashing the panel with his left hand to close the elevator. So, Windows, sound system, needles, mag, needle gun, projectile firearm. This model utilizes fingerprints on the weapon match those of the victim, Creek. So the fact that the needle gun has Creek's fingerprints on it suggests that he wasn't wearing gloves, right? That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sasuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Your sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. I see. And since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it tasted blood... Yes, Your Honor. Very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. I bet you she's gonna say something like Creek must have worn gloves or something, and that's when we bring up the needle gun. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did. As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does that actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistake here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. Oops. Sorry, just checking something. By putting his fingerprints onto the sword after the real culprit had already handled it. What a load of bullshit. And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe the katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sasuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. Yeah, we wiped the prints there, we know that for sure. So it is kind of our fault that there's no other prints on there. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... uh-oh. The people are more than ready to counter, if it pleases the court. Oh. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable but predictable, with a foundation. This week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? Here we go, right here. This is it right here. We have the evidence. It's the needle gun that has Creek's prints on it. I'm glad you asked so nicely. Let's max this up. What's else in Yoru Creek? Yeah, it has to be the needle gun. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those black guards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest the Icaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru. Unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards, which it was. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sasuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presumptions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Icaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has been belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious, because orcas are superstitious and immature. Excuse me. They wanted a trophy, and what is there to do with a trophy, other than polish it? The cloth from Creek's desk? I knew she'd flagged it in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sasuke took it up as his murder weapon, by the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is a completely logical explanation. Damn it. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So does that mean that she described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off of every other... Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty, or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed, because his captors had valid reason for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword, but that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Tank's gun used to shoot him and Craig only prints are Sasuke's left hand. Only partial prints found. Wait. So we have, let's see, Makoto's testimony. The murder weapon was polished as a trophy. Wouldn't this be the piece of evidence we need? But Makoto's, no, it's not this one. Not Sasuke's, Yoru's cloth. So, okay. So in this case, let me see. So, okay. And there is no evidence to suggest that he's been framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true, they did have good reason to wipe off the sword. That's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. No one's fingerprints but my clients are on the murder weapon. Well, it makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed, because his captors had valid reason for wiping off the sword. That's true, they did have good reason to wipe off the sword. That's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. So it has to be... It's not the needle gun. It has to be one of the murder weapons, right? Which is the gun and the bat. Used to destroy Trey's head. Only partial prints found. Oh, right. The gun is wiped down too, because we used it, but it should have Tank's prints on it as well, right? Yeah, the gun was wiped down as well. It should have Tank's prints on it, but it only has Sasuke's prints on it. So this has to be it. But where does it go? I think with the cloth, right? What? The gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks in Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person, and it has your client's prints on it. That's not the thing. It's the prints that belong to the person who owned the gun. But it was owned by Tanks. Yeah, exactly. The record shows that Sasuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun, too. Phrasing. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest, how'd he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that? Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then. Closing the connection. I said wait. Is Sasuke... Makoto seems to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah. He was his usual irreproachable self. So, how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You, of all people, should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you? Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. Doesn't know what he wants yet. Yeah, that makes sense. Why would Makoto testify him? I mean, it shows that he cares about Sasuke. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi? Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Whew, yeah, 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Ankar Tan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working and they did monitor his heart rate. Excuse me. Tank's heart stopped around 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... Yep, we were there. The slug had a hollow design intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sungmin Trey Trench. He also had the relatively low-end mods installed. They showed his heart stopping around at 9:45 p.m. He died from exannuation, blood loss, resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was... saw no evil. Heavens Miller Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. and he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like tanks, Lakers Creek Christoph was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It was my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities, so like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway? But we do have one other context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we've found that the last action taken on it was attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan, as if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation. How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account, Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine the time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. Hellos and Happy New Year, late. Hey, Kiwi. Happy New Year. How you doing, Kiwi? So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. Yeah, that's like a significant amount of time. Triggering an automatic 10999 alert. Officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat. Before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat. As Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back. You're just taking some time off? Okay. Some time off from school, work, streaming? He's like vacation or something? before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. Methodology, starting time, starting position. I think starting position. Well, starting time. I don't think it's methodology, right? I don't think so. Well, So now Rockford's out together timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury putting it all across. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? Just streaming. Any specific reason, or is it just because of the holidays? I haven't been streaming much myself lately. I'm trying to get back into it. We have Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. Starting time, starting position. Starting time. Position wasn't mentioned. Was it? Let's try this. She wanted to establish the starting time of all the murders. Wasn't that pretty obvious from the one autopsy? Tanks died first and his mods confirmed it. Well, yes, but the fact that Tanks and Creek died first combined with where their shooter stood tells us where part of the room the culprit must have started their killing spree. Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Oof. Oops, we missed that. What did she say? Yes. An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room, but clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room and dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary. A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held. Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. 1 second. Stay down real quick. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Holidays after New Year, be back tomorrow. Okay, nice. Do you think that's true, Sasuke? I'm not positive, but of course. Well, my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. This theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sasuke near a gun isn't perfect. But it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You develop a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established timeline, an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Causes of death, timing, murder. Murder weapons. Because one of them was killed with a knife. But the problem is they don't know that. Hold on. Where is it? Evidence. Yeah, so here. Injuries. Oh no, this is not the one that we need. So, the two that were shot with the gun, that one was right. The one with the sword... Who was killed by the sword? It was Miller's autopsy, right? Single stab wound to the carotid artery, leading to massive amounts of blood. Loss of consciousness would have occurred momentarily after the blade withdrew. Subject was stabbed in the neck with a blade instrument, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Puncture wound is approximately 13 centimeters deep. Yeah, that's the sword. No. Blood on subject's hands suggests they attempted to staunch their bleeding. No other injuries. And I was... Wait a minute. It said that the blade was 2 to 3 centimeters thick, 13 centimeters deep. And then Yoru. Where's Yoru? It was Trey's autopsy, severe blood loss, fall lacerations to the throat and neck. That's with the knife. That's with the knife. And then Miller's is with the sword, right? Or was... We don't need to see Creek's autopsy. We know how he died. Cut bindings, dark card, dumpster, fire, hands card. What's hands card? Creek's note, cut bindings, dark card, dumpster, fire, escape, front door, magus, needles, red ink, sound system, tanks, autopsy, windows. Where's the sword at? Sasuke's sword. Bit of weapon. Steel's chipped. Identified by Makoto as Yoru. Fingerprints on the handle, blood residue, points, the blade matches the end tray. Ah, right here. This doesn't have Miller's blood on it. Oh no, wait, it does have Miller's blood. God damn it. Another murder weapon. I had a white prince wanting to... It was indulgent trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade on the tip when I dragged it across the floor. Ah. So she got Miller's blood on it. It was the knife that we put into Miller. says 13. Was the knife that long? Hold on, where's Miller's autopsy? Single stab wound to the carotid artery linked with blood loss. Subject 13 centimeters long. That's a long ass knife, isn't it? 13 centimeters? Well, no. Never mind. Yeah, so I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin in case. I'm an eye on even clue, so what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? And that's the murder weapons. Cause of death, we know. Timing, they can estimate. Murder weapons. Right. The murder weapons everyone thinks Miller was stabbed with in the neck with by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way I can use that information to my advantage here without revealing that I have it or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other arcs have been... Wait, what is all this here? Photos and other arcs data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scene, the arcs would show it. There is no fooling it once it's been set up. Let's ask about blade wounds. Gunshot wounds, that's obvious, because there was only one gun at the scene, and both of them were linked to the gun that was on the scene. Chopin's death was straightforward, so blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hands suggests that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment. His neck was punctured for that kind of wound. The weapon acts as a stopper. But once the stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably, to try and grab the blade. Reach up to grab the blade, but it's a katana. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? Right, it's a freaking katana. He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So, it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with the katana theory. I can shine light on that. Would that be enough? Cause of death. Chopin's cause of death. Hold on, let me read further on that, see if there's anything on that. Chopin. Autopsy. Summary, medical examiner saw to find the cause of death. penetrative cardiac stab wound. Posterior death was near instantaneous. Inside, externally mounted biomonitor reported subject was stabbed, impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows unusual pattern of aggravation, as if the blade was jostled within the wound cavity post-mortem. Huh. Is there anything else? Front door, sound system, Tank's autopsy, Chopin's autopsy, Han's card, Sasuke's sword, Trey's autopsy. What? Did he just go back around? Wait. Medical record? Oh, this is for... okay. Gunshot wounds. I think it should be enough, cause katana stab. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn, quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like that one that killed Miller inflicted by a long blade? And wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sasuke doesn't own a rapier. Hold on a second. Okay, the question is, do we press or do we keep going? Now, whether the maneuver is impressive or probable, while I'm a doctor, Sasuke doesn't own a rapier. Let's press it. Oops, I should have read what that said. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Further DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And, of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Miller stab. Chopin's cause of death. Stabbing Miller's neck was so precisely fast that it wouldn't be quite a feat of swordsmanship. How much for John? Stay. What about Chopin's cause of death? Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with a katana stuck through his back. I punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene, at least in part because the wound in question was agitated. I suppose I'd say. What does agitated mean? What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound. as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. One did mention that Sato found his wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening. Blackjack. Okay, so we got the right combo. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arts, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had seen that there is a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound, how did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck on the floor? That's the facts. That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? Aww. The sword couldn't have gotten stuck on the floor. The sword could have gotten stuck on the floor. Wait a minute. The sword, where's the sword? Taken away, fingerprints. You name, match up in. The blade found impaled. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. It's chipped at several points. The sword could have gotten stuck on the floor. Of course that's not possible. He was stabbed in the back while standing up, so it would have collapsed face first. Well, yes, if you want to get technical. But that would have enough force for it to get stuck in the ground. I suppose if Chopin was impaled and he fell face first, it makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So, we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Sort of. Asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer that. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tario Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, right, wouldn't it have like 2 directions on there of fingerprints? Why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Right. Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. That doesn't square up with this piece of evidence. Right. He had the gun in the other hand. The gun. Yeah, it has to be the gun. Because it has his left hand's prints. The Mag US? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Mag US? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Mag US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sasuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offense? That's right. Sarah, in fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless. Looking at it at all the forensic pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve the sword because his other hand was disabled. Does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip was normal. Thanks. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle just like that even as he tried to jostle the blade from the floor it was impaled in. Right. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That can only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer. Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let us summon to the stand. Null name not found. What? What? Is that a family or a given name? What? Yeah, got one big ol' error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found, literally. He ain't here. What? He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Is he dead? Did, like, the Ikaria family kill him? Our star witness is no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting a jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Well, here's the thing. If the Ikaria family put a hit on him and killed him, that will actually make it worse. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is going to make you pay for it. Idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps it's time. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus the people call for summary judgment. Are ready? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Reyes in London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I'd said it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking. It's caused her own overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession, which is the weakest one. Where do I counterattack? DNA evidence. Only suspect. Only suspect? Which one is the weakest? He just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Only because tilt. Alright, let me read these again. He's the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court. He was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers came. Only suspect. Because he's not here. I mean, well, police testimony. Police testimony... Miller, Sasuke, Trey's autopsy. Would it be police testimony? He's not here. Dark card, Brink's note, data pad, Brink's data pad. See, Trey, Tank, Sasuke, Miller, Yamani, Chopin, Sato, Rockford, Mirai, on 80. Nothing about Roger here. Roger's here. Oops. Testimony is testimony. Police testimony? It's either these 2 here. DNA evidence is DNA evidence, unfortunately. I mean, it's there. Murder weapons would not be weak because it has only his prints on it. Well, if I get one wrong, I can just choose the other. So... it has to be one of these 2. Only suspect? Yeah, there's no way of telling if there's other suspects, though. So that's not really something we can go off of. Police testimony? That's the thing she's missing. Police testimony she's made reference to hasn't been presented to the court yet. But if it's not as if Rogers could be lying about arresting Sasuke... oh. So only... okay. So it has to be only suspect then. Because the other 2 are pretty... well, DNA... it's not... yeah, it has to be this one. She just claimed that Sasuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Hold on. No one else was there that night. Photo, white prints. Classified documents, hard to copy, destroy, no. Partial prints found. Dark card. Is it the dark card? Because that would suggest that they were doing a transaction, right? It can't be the cloth. Because it's hard to tell who wiped it down. But this would suggest that they were doing a transaction with another party. Possibly another party, right? Right? What does the dark card say? Found stuck in the datapad, wiped of all prints, known only to rich criminals. What is that? The dark card found lodged into Creek's datapad? That's right. A perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card, but whatever for. Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime? Oh crap, yeah, almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold. Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there is no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died, and we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling, when the simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek. How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Found on Creek, Chopin's fingerprints, Creek's there, aborted dark card transaction. Found on Creek's desk, Creek's, Chopin's fingerprints, aborted dark card. Found stuck in datapad, wiped of all prints, known only to rich criminals. If it's his, then there's no fingerprints on it. Leader of the Blue Blood Pod face, ID'd by Makoto, second shot, second to last dead. Right? Why would he wipe his prints when his prints are on the datapad? Right? Hold on. Creek's datapad. Simple datapad with attachment and processor, commonly sold alone, besides Partial fingerprints were found matching those of Creek's and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, right? Making it difficult for anyone else to use it. A dark card is stuck firmly onto the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching, at least pretending the dark card would work. And then the dark card. A physical card key that begins to authenticate process for accessing funds. Without the fingerprints of the owner and their 24-digit passcode, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics shows that all fingerprints have been wiped off of it at some point. Recovering at the crime scene stuck in the datapad. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of the useless piece of plastic. Okay. So there's no prints on the card, so it has to be the card again, right? What does it say? Leader, blue blood, face. Yeah. It has to be this. Wait, what is she saying? What is she suggesting? I just need to point out the flawed evidence she constructed in the argument. Dark card belonged to Creek, using the dark card that he owned. The simplest explanation, he was buying, but for some reason you made the assumption that he was selling. And we know that dark card owner. Right, if he owned it, his fingerprints would be on it. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek, despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. What? If the dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth. Yuck. So, who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices? A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact that they were even there. That's absurd. If a customer brought the dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the datapad. They could have pulled it a little harder. They could have taken the datapad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could have caused that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? What are you? This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on. You're trying to say all these deaths, all this carnage, you think it's all because their card got declined? Not quite. Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Oops. 1 second. Okay. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix, was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled, but it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. Okay. Where is it? Save. Okay, so far we're doing pretty decently. I think I might stop here for today. Because I don't know how long the rest of it's gonna be. Hopefully there's like a lot more. But yeah, I think I'm going to stop here for today. And I'll continue another day. What's today? Tuesday? Is today Tuesday? Today is... I'm losing track of time. Yeah, today's Tuesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Hopefully I'll get back to it tomorrow. Unless there's other people that want to do another thing, but yeah. Hopefully I'll get back to this sometime this week. I'm not sure when. I would say tomorrow, but that depends on other people. So maybe the next day, possibly. Oh, we'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna stop here for today. We'll continue on, hopefully, to conclusion the next time. Hopefully we'll be able to complete it that next time. Because I don't know how much more of the episode we have left. I don't know if it's going to be a short amount or a long amount. I hope it's a long amount. I really do. But we'll see. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming by. Appreciate it. And yeah, have a good one. And wherever, have a good evening, have a good morning, have a good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Zano.